Everyone stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have a moment of silence. Okay. Approval of agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I know of no amendments.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Approval of January 11th meeting, 2022 special, January 11th, 22 regular meeting.
Mr. Chair, having reviewed the minutes as they were emailed to us and finding everything in order, I move that both sets of minutes be approved as submitted to us.
Second. Second discussion. All in favor? Okay. Still no public comment, Andy? Okay. Yeah. So we'll move on down to item number 4. Kate Singo, Community Action Opportunities.
Yes. Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Good evening.
Thank you all for having me. So I just wanted to review, we submitted our grant, our annual grant for the community services block funding, which goes to the state. We are designated by the governor to receive these awards. Every year we are given our amount of money, and then we have to say what we're going to do with those funds. So for this current fiscal year that we're in right now, we were awarded for Madison County $44,125. For this upcoming year, we were awarded $49,189. So got a little bump, so we're excited about that. We have been operating a long-term case management program with these funds for the past number of years. We're going to continue with that same model. We help people get jobs through some really intensive kind of one-on-one work with our LifeWorks coaches. We have a part-time office here in Madison County at AB Tech, and we're going to continue with that work. I do want to say that we have spots available now. So if anyone knows of anyone who's interested in getting back to work and wants a little bit of assistance, we have funds that help people remove the barriers that are preventing them from getting the jobs that they want. So we can help people get work clothes or get childcare or pay for rent if they need help with housing kinds of things, so that they can get full-time living wage jobs. So that's what we're here to do, to move people out of poverty. We do have space right now, so we're accepting referrals. If anybody knows of anyone, you can catch us at the AB Tech campus here in Madison, and that's about it. So our application is kind of the standard that we've been submitting for the past number of years, just explaining the case management model and how we're going to use those funds to just help people move out of poverty.
Okay.
Any questions?
That's pretty clear.
Okay.
Donnie, we have to vote on this each at the bottom.
Is it already in this year's budget? Do you know? This
We're
is the upcoming year.
It will
Yes, so
be
this is for
upcoming, yes.
fiscal year 22-23. Yep. And we are getting the funds. We will get the funds. This is an opportunity for you all to provide any comments to the state oversight office. It's the Office of Economic Opportunity. So if you'd like to offer any comments or if you have any questions, that's absolutely, we're here for feedback and want to be able to make sure that you all are aware of how we are using these funds and what we're doing with them.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's more informational, but if something else comes up in the future that we do need to approve, we certainly are very supportive of the program. And when I worked at AB Tech for that period of time a few years ago, it's a very, very valuable program that a lot of people in the community do not know about. And it really helps people who have barriers about transportation or other issues who can get a job, but they can't get to the job.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is number 5, Miss Jen Barnhart, U.S. Forest Service, District Ranger.
Evening, Jen.
Welcome back.
Hey, thank you for having me. Getting there. All right, there it is. So, good evening. I really appreciate you guys having me here on the agenda, and I do like coming out to the county meetings and speaking to the commissioners. Y'all are a really important part of who we want to connect with when it comes to national forest, because we're in your backyard. And so we want to keep you up to date on particularly the forest plan today and where we are with the forest plan. It's been over 8 years that we've been working on it. We're getting close to the very end of that. And then I do have a few other items that are non-forest plan related that I think y'all would be interested in learning about, especially the Max Patch update. And a lot of these other items are really awesome, positive success stories that we want to highlight and let y'all know about. So to start off with the Nantahala-Pisgah Forest Plan, as I mentioned, we've been revising it and working on it for the past 8 years. It's taken so long because we have so many people interested in the Pisgah National Forest and have their own interests in where they think and what we should be doing for desired conditions in the future for the forest plan and on the forest. And so for us to get to a common ground, it takes a lot of time to go out and reach out to folks, making sure we're having the meetings, getting all the input. And now we're at a point where, yes, yay, we released January 21st, the forest plan in terms of the final plan, as well as the final environmental impact statement as well. So now we have 60 days for folks to do some comments. So if there's any concerns about what the final plan, what we put out based on all the input we received, folks can comment, and that's the objections. You have standing to object if you would have previously commented on something in the past, or if there's something new that we've changed since the draft plan. You would also have standing to object on anything new in the final plan that wasn't in part of the draft plan. So if there was anything in here that you guys had concerns of, or any of the public here, you can definitely talk to me and connect with me. It's all on our website, but folks can file an objection and make a comment if they'd like. And so the other key part is to realize we haven't updated this since 1980. Well, first the plan came out in 87, then we updated it drastically in 1994. And so now this plan is to help charter out the desired conditions we want to see and what the people want to see on the land for the next 20 years. So we'll be really focused on implementing objectives, and I'll be breaking down some of the management areas tonight. We've also included geographical areas to really highlight some of the areas that people connect to that we heard from, because on the Nantahala, and then you got the Pisgah, and of course the Pisgah National Forest has 3 districts, and then each district has all these different counties. So how do you keep track of what pertains to you in Madison County? So that's really what I'm going to do today, is break that down and try to highlight some of the changes from our current plan that we're operating under. And the hope is by this summer, we'll actually have a final plan signed. And then we'll be starting to implement the plan and trying to reach those objectives we've outlined in it. Any questions before I go into explaining some of the plan and what you're going to see in that final plan? All right. So one of the key things I'm going to highlight is that we have 4 themes, and I'm going to go over all 4 of them tonight with you. but we have 4 themes that the plan is built on foundationally. So one of those themes, for instance, is connecting people to the land. That's going to be the first one that you see. And basically, I'm just trying to get to the other 4. You're going to have sustaining healthy ecosystems, providing clean and abundant water, and partnering with others. So the first part of this first theme, connecting people to the land, what I'm going to highlight is that first statement there. The reason we have this one, people love Pisgah National Forest. If you live here locally, and all the folks that come from all across the country, it's federal land. They want to know how they can connect to their public lands. So we've identified those 12 geographical areas. You guys, Madison County is in the Bald Mountains geographical area, and I'll show that on the map when we get further in there. But within that geographical area, we have objectives outlined for that area, specific to what comments and things that we received from the public as well as partners. We would have integrated those into the plan. And then we also have new management areas. In particular, there's one called interface that we wouldn't have had previously. And interface is basically identifying areas that have high recreational concentration and use, and realizing when we're looking at active management, as you all know, Forest Service, we look at how can we do active management on the land that's going to help with healthy ecosystems as well as wildlife population. So AKA, yes, we do timber harvesting. And so when we say active management, that's because we're trying to meet those 2 objectives, healthy ecosystems and wildlife populations. But we know there's places that is high use, high concentrations and recreation. So we have identified that as one of those areas. And so those are the top, one of those top themes that came out from all the comments is connecting people to land. So that's the first one. The second one is sustaining healthy ecosystems. Our mission is definitely driven around multi-purpose, multi-use when it comes to Forest Service, and our hashtag is caring for the land and serving the people. So the second part here, the caring for the land, that speaks on this theme, the sustaining the healthy ecosystems. So we're looking to, for instance, accelerate habitats in young forests, open forests, and old growth. If you are anyone that's a hunter, usually gets this concept when it comes to the forest vegetation, because you're going to different wildlife that you're seeking to hunt obviously thrive in different kinds of forest habitats. And so you have to have a diversity and variety of that to provide for all the wildlife population, as well as for the vegetation that we're trying to ensure that we're continuing to have that's native to the forest. So that's where we're focused on that, as well as prescribed burning. As you all know, that's part of that fuels reduction. And if we can also get fire adapted species in our forest, then you're less likely, that helps as well when it comes to any wildfire concerns or risk. So we're definitely focused on those 2 items. Providing clean and abundant water, that's definitely our third theme for you guys. That matters because priority watersheds, a lot of our watersheds particularly provide water that comes to the community. So y'all want clean water that's coming off of the national forest. So that's definitely in the plan and articulated how we're going to ensure that we're protecting those watersheds as well as the organisms that are in there, even while we're doing our active forest management. And the fourth one, partnering with others. This is huge when it comes to the Pisgah National Forest and the Nantahala. We have so many partners and volunteers and folks that make help us be successful and get a lot of things done on the forest. So partnering with others, we have a lot of goals in there around that. And in particular, we're going to talk about, I'm going to skip over that real quick and click over to, yeah. So the reason I'm skipping over to this one is this really drives home the partner piece. So if you look at our forest plan, we have it as tier one. Tier one objectives is what we're saying the forest can do at what we're budgeted at for funding and the capacity of people we have, and we could meet those objectives. So for instance, if you're looking at fire adapted eco zones and hazardous fuel reduction objective, we could say that we could burn 20,000 acres in a year, but tier two, we could reach that goal or objective only if we have more funding or partners that want to help provide some of that capacity. Then we would say we were able to do 45,000 annual acres And so that's sort of how we've split it up, because that really is how we're able to do more. It's only based on having the partnerships that we have, which thankfully the Pisgah does have that, and we have a lot of folks that are super vested in these federal lands around here.
Is
So
there a magic number that you have to get to for that?
We don't have a magic number per se on the forest. There is expectations that each forest should burn a certain amount of acres each year. So for instance, the National Forest in North Carolina, you have the Pisgah, you have the Nantahala National Forest, and then you have the Awari and the Croatan National Forest. So amongst all those national forests in North Carolina, yeah, we're expected to reach some kind of acres that we would prescribe burn. But one item I'm going to get to later in our agenda is the Pisgah Restoration Initiative, and we do have very specific things because we're getting funding for that collaborative forest landscape restoration project. We have specific things that we have to meet in order to continue the funding and what we promised in our proposal for 10 years.
Quick
So,
follow-up to that. What are the additional resources on the 45,000 acre annual? Is that additional wildlife hiding resources? Or?
Yep, it could be. So for instance, we could get funding. We could get more funding. So for instance, let's say infrastructure bill, if you've been reading any of that, there's definitely some parts around that with around wildfires, particularly because of the west. The east will most likely be in that same boat. So if we would receive higher numbers, we could either hire folks and have more boots on the ground to get more prescribed burning done, or if we have to do the planning part, because we can't implement unless we plan and do our National Environmental Policy Act and follow policy to ensure that we're not destroying anything such as sensitive species or a threatened species. We could up that. But partners, we do have partners that comes to the table, like the Nature Conservancy, for instance, is a big partner when it comes to the prescribed burning. We have other folks that are partners that can come to the table to help figure out that piece, or they're able to provide funding that they could go and ask for through grants. The nonprofits could around that. We have different fire councils, and then we also have a fire learning network in the Blue Ridge area. So those would all be folks that could come to the table. What happens is a lot of folks has a high expectations of what we can do and what they want to do. So when they came and we provided lots of comments, we always have to provide expectations of what can we actually say, yeah, we'll do that. You're not going to say, yeah, we can do all this, and then we can't do all of what we said we could do. And this helps put people at the table that really want something to actually come and help provide a solution too. So they're part of it too, because it's their public lands. And again, we can't do what we do without all the folks that we have already helping us. And I think there's more ways that we can come up with solutions together than apart. So geographically, you'll see Bald Mountains is the one that y'all are amongst in this area, and here's Madison. And so you'll see, in my mind, one of the key patterns is that the Appalachian Trail, the National Scenic Trail, does go through all these counties here, and so that geographical area is what you guys would see if you're looking in the plan and you wanted to see what was specific to your geographical area. It would be the Bald Mountains. And under that, there's those objectives under each 4 of the themes. There's objectives under each one of those for Bald Mountains. All right, I'm going to skip over that one because we went over that. So here's the one that I've come to really talk to you about, because this is what something would have changed in terms of what was recommended. And so some of our special areas, when you're looking at the forest plan, you're going to see wilderness, recommended wilderness. We're not designating wilderness. Part of what we have to do when we look at a plan, we have to look at it and we have to examine and see if it meets certain criteria to be suitable for recommending wilderness. So in Madison County, there was one area, and I have a map that I can share with you all afterwards, because I wasn't able to get that in the slide before I sent that. But it's about 6,000 acres. And the one thing that I want to point out, so it's Bald Mountains, and that would be up in that northern part of the district. I wish I had that. It's gonna be up in your northern part of your district of the Appalachian Trail. Do you know Hickey Fork Road, or also up at, there is a fire tower. I always forget the name of that one. Camp Creek Bald Fire Tower up in that neighborhood, right? So you might have seen it if you looked at the draft. This would have been identified a while ago. And after seeing all the comments come in, the new alternative, which is alternative E, and that's what's in the final plan, and that's the draft decision, is to go with alternative E. It's basically the southwestern half of the area. There was 11,794 acres evaluated and 6,319 acres recommended for Bald Mountains. And some of the key things here is that the southwest portion of the area is not recommended for wilderness designation because of combination of issues that affect the wilderness characteristics, but also the public comments we got. So some of those things would be from the public, for instance. There's wildlife fields and linear wildlife openings that extend deep into the area into System Road. There's a portion of that's, those roads are open seasonally. There's areas very popular with hunters, long-standing interest in opening additional road segments for hunting season. So those portions of that area, and I can pull that map out from you guys, have not been included. So it will not cut off access to the hunters and to those wildlife areas. And then, of course, we have that Camp Creek Bald Fire Tower up there. And so part of that, we excluded that area as well, because you have to be able to go up and maintain it. If we don't go and designate the wilderness, we recommend, and another nonprofit or entity would have to come forth and go to the congressional and say, hey, I want you to support getting this into law to become an actual federally designated wilderness area. And that means then you wouldn't have roads. If there were roads, they would be removed out of the wilderness. There's certain characteristics to be federally designated wilderness, which is why in particular we did not put areas that locals and that are historically used for hunting and other access areas. But other than that, that area is remote and backcountry, does not have a lot of sound and scenic vistas, and all that is all incorporated into if you decide if it's going to be suitable for wilderness. So just wanted to give you a heads up. That was one in particular that folks might have questions about it, and I can easily connect with you later and show you the maps one-on-one if someone wanted to understand that a little better, if you guys get questions on it. Again, we just recommend, we can't designate anything. And then your other one was Big Laurel. So we have also look at wild and scenic rivers and if they're eligible. Again, we don't designate them. Again, nonprofit would have to go and get a congressional that wants to put it into law. And so at Big Laurel, it ended up, we looked at a variety amount of the mileage, but there's 2.8 miles of Big Laurel Creek that was eligible. And so that's from the Forest Service property line near US 25 to the confluence with the French Broad River. That one was determined eligible, not wild or scenic, but it would be considered recreational. It would still be a wild and scenic river, and then you have designations under that, and it would just be for recreational purposes, which differentiates a little bit different if you say this is a wild segment or a scenic segment. Recreational is would be less restrictive. And then you also have just 1.9 mile of the French Broad River was also seen as being eligible, and that section was due for the scenic value. So that's from Barnard, North Carolina, the Tennessee line. Other than that, that's pretty much your two things that I was going to highlight for y'all for changes in terms of what was evaluated and what folks I'm thinking might have questions about when it comes to the plan. I'm going to go through these. Yeah, and then here is the map. This is the management areas, and you're going to see a variety of colors. It's been much more simplified than what we used to have. We used to have at least 15 plus management areas and coding and figuring out how we're going to manage what areas. This would be similar to a county plan. You'll have to figure out in your plans what what zoning and planning you're going to do in certain areas. Same thing with the forest. So you're going to see an area called mostly that light green matrix. That's called matrix, the lighter green, and that's where that's active management. So active forest management. That's pretty typical, and that would have been what it was before. And then you're going to see that blue area. That's the Appalachian Trail. Nothing has changed. We've pretty much rolled over how we're managing the Appalachian Trail from the current plan to the new plan. And you'll see those really highlighted darker blue lines that says like Big Laurel Creek, for instance. That's just indicating that's that wild and scenic river designation. And then you did have two areas. One is a special interest area, a research natural area, and an ecological interest area. So the brown and the pinkish color. And that's based on, I'd have to ask the botanist, but if I recall, it's based on a certain species of, it's usually a concentrated biodiversity species in that area. So we wouldn't necessarily be doing active management in those areas to the degree that we would do like in the light green. So it's basically just designating what uses and what we can do in those items. And then those yellow blobs, for instance, that's the interface, that's your concentrated recreation areas that were identified, for instance. So, okay. And the biggest thing in the end, we're really looking at how are we supporting our local communities. That's always one of our drivers in terms of how are we contributing to the economics. So in the plan, there are certain objectives around local government coordination, making sure we're coordinating with our local governments. Definitely with the collaborative recreation planning. There's an objective in there of us doing trail planning, if there is new trail systems or other concerns of trail systems, we would make sure we're doing that collaboratively in a 5 to 7 year period. In your world, Hot Springs has been the one that most folks have come forth and asked us about collaborative planning when it comes to Madison County and the trail systems there. So we would be referring to that in the forest plan of how we would move forward with anything with new trail systems. It would be through that collaborative rec trail planning. And then open roads is another big access thing. For me, what I hear from your locals is access and hunting and conditions of roads. That's usually the main concerns that I'm hearing. So that's another piece that we definitely looking at and know that supports your local economies. Lastly, there is some information built into the plan around infrastructure and forest threats. Tropical Storm Fred really rocked us in terms of damage. Maybe not Madison County, but when it came to Buncombe County and Yancey County, had quite a large amount of damage on our road systems. And then the Pisgah District down by Brevard, they got hit the hardest. So looking at climate change, as well as just our watersheds in general, aquatic organism passage, and that's built into the plan as well. So we are thinking ahead because we know that's not going away as time goes by. And again, this plan is over 20 years. We're thinking out through what our direction needs to be. And again, this is just the overall map of we already went over this for the alternative E. Again, that's what you would be looking at in the forest plan related to. Okay, fun stuff. Anything, not that forest plan's not fun, but it's a lot of information I throw at you. Any questions about forest plan before I go over into some quicker updates on these items? I won't be as extensive in these.
One quick question on the non-natives invasive species treatment. Is that going to cover and combat suppression of vegetation and insects, or is that strictly insects?
Yep, so we do both. So for non-native, for vegetation, yes, we do treat and look in areas for NNIS, the non-native species, invasive species. And then, for instance, gypsy moth is another one that, for instance, we have actively been doing treatments related to those. Mine recently that would have just occurred with aerial for gypsy moth was in Buncombe and Yancey that had some high concentrated areas. So we do work on looking at both of those areas.
I'm just curious about quelling and keeping pampas grass and the aphids.
Yeah, good old pampas grass.
from both of those from taking over.
Yeah, I know the pampas grass because I was here the last time when Bo came here and presented on that, and I know that's a concern in Madison County. I'd have to get with our botanist. It's typically the pampas grass is going to be anywhere, any invasive and vegetation is when there's disturbance occurs. As soon as you build a road or put in a house, whatever, that's basically its time to shine, and that's where it comes in, and that's where you're going to see all the edging around. So if you go up to where our office is, Manor Road, it's all the way along there and up by our office too. Because as soon as that construction occurs, again, they move in quickly and take over quickly. So I don't know if I have an answer for the pampas grass concern. I know typically we've been fortunate in terms of when you go into the areas that public's accessing. I have not seen the pampas grass. It's always around the roads and the highways. I'd have to ask the botanist a little bit more on her eye if she seen it elsewhere, more into the forest parts, but I haven't seen it as much. Again, it's all about the edge and disturbance.
And the hemlock aphids.
Yeah, so the hemlock woolly adelgid, we do treatments on certain areas of hemlock groves. Our silviculturist monitors that, and that's to help actually keep some of those hemlocks so we don't lose them all. But yes, we continue to lose those. I actually was part of a research study in grad school trying to help with biocontrols. In the end, you always do a biocontrol and ends up causing another issue. So I know that's out there. We aren't using any biocontrols to come out. Like, it's usually another species that'll come and eat the adelgid, but then they cause another issue because they're not native either. But yeah, we're mostly just doing the injections for the hemlock at this point. And then for the emerald ash borer, that would be an example of a partner. Mountain True is one of our partners and seeks funding from the Appalachian Trail license plate funds, and they get funding to help inject some of our ash trees to protect from the emerald ash borer to save some of our very large ones. So we have a variety of areas that we are doing some of that. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so for the next item, Max Patch, guess what? That is September 19, 2020. This is October 24th, 2021. So, and the only reason there's one tent in there, and that's just a day tent where someone's getting out of the sun. Otherwise, vastly different. So last time I came here, I was telling you that we were working on the closure order. The order did get implemented, and that has really helped improve it. If you haven't talked to any Spring Creek community members, please do. They are, a lot of them are very active in helping with talking to folks up at Max Patch as part of the Trail Ambassador program that the Carolina Mountain Club has helped lead and institute up there. And they've talked to over 2,000, or it's either 2,000 and some contacts, I think 2,800 last year alone, helping educate folks, because that's another one of those capacity things. That partners really help us, and helping let folks know, okay, we have the new order in, what you can't do. And I do have a report I can provide a copy of from the Trail Ambassadors, but we have a chart where you can see high numbers from fire rings, how much toilet paper that you've seen. There's a variety of those items, or illegally parked cars, which they ended up identifying 0. They used to be spiked like this. In July, the order went in, and then now it's way down here. So that's really helped. And then we have numbers on what cars that they see. It's about 50% Tennessee, North Carolina, and the other 50% are not from Tennessee, North Carolina that are coming to visit at Max Patch. So we even had some statistical numbers there. And yeah, we're going to be doing a Spring Creek community potluck in the spring. And that's for the appreciation of all the Trail Ambassadors. Again, some are from Madison County. There's folks that come from Buncombe that drive over an hour to go up there for the day to spend interacting with the public up there. But we're going to have a little thing at Spring Creek, and I'll send you an invite if anyone would want to come out to that day. And we're going to do an update to the Spring Creek community about Max Patch as well after the potluck. Pisgah Restoration Initiative, I came and talked to you briefly the last time on this. So we have been selected for a collaborative forest restoration project. It means that you're usually looking at a larger landscape, and it's really working with a lot of different collaborators and partners. And for instance, we are focused on those 4 items, really particularly those first 2, reducing wildfire risk and wildlife in urban interface, restoring fire adapted forests and rare native ecosystems. And so it's been successfully done over in the grandfather district as a CFLR for the last 10 years. And now we've got selected to do it in all 3 districts of the Pisgah, including the Appalachian district. And one of our hot areas that we are looking at is particularly near the Hot Springs area where Silver Mine would have been in the past, looking at that wildland urban interface. So the goal is, yes, we have very chartered things of how many acres we say we'll burn per year, how much vegetation management, either commercial or non-commercial, we'll be cutting, because that all goes towards helping meet those objectives there. So luckily that comes with funding for implementation. Could be more than that depending on what happens with the infrastructure bill, but that's another success story where we're able to compete well just because of how amazing National Forest in North Carolina is and is able to get things done and show success. So we were selected, but that's just a glimmer of all the different organizations that will be involved. For instance, Blue Ridge RC&D would be one here. Nature Conservancy usually helps a lot that we connect with. Of course, Appalachian Trail Conservancy. There's a handful of folks that are helpful, that will be helpful in those. That's for the next 10 years that we'll be working on that. Great American Outdoor Act funding, that would be, if you guys have followed any of that, that was back in 2021. They would have, Congress as well as the President Trump would have passed this Great American Outdoor Act, which provides funding. The majority of it's going to the Park Service for deferred maintenance. In the Forest Service, we had partners that would have lobbied out there to make sure the Forest Service is getting some, because we have tons of recreational and roads and other areas just as much as Park Service, and we're getting 15% of those funds over the 5 years. For us, we've put in and we've been successful on the Appalachian District for Madison County specifically. We are awarded funds for Stackhouse and French Broad access. It's pretty much just doing, again, it's not building anything new, it's deferred maintenance. So it's to help restore some of the parking area and the gravel and the bank there. So that will go to help improve Stackhouse. And then Silver Mine Group Site, if you're not familiar with that one, that was a group site that's been closed for 5 or 6 years, and there was a flooding that occurred that messed up the water distribution system as well as the road. And so it was closed quite a bit ago, and now we'll have funds to decommission Silver Mine Group Site, which right now a lot of times we have a lot of folks that are inhabiting that area that are looking for a place to live. And so this will actually help take that away, because there's a pavilion there that doesn't have a table and they sleep under there and that. And then the bathroom's been closed, and we're going to move that over to Harmon Den area, which will help the horseback riders and whatnot there, because there's a really old bathroom there. So it'll benefit another site. So that'll be good. And then Forest Service roads maintenance. We do get about 60,000 at least on this district a year, and I have 6 districts. And so we do put a chunk of money into some of the Madison County roads when it comes to that. Oops. But we also got some additional funds from Great American Outdoor Act, and so I did put some more money towards roads, and a lot of that's just more grading and gravel, because that's usually a lot of the concerns when we have so many folks that are coming here and driving the roads, but a lot of folks want to access areas for hunting, and that would be, you know, our higher use, higher classified roads that maintenance work went to. So just wanted to keep you informed on that. We definitely keep an eye and understand the need for the roads when it comes to that portion of it. And then I don't have it in this slide, but it's because when I had to submit this, we just were able to announce it after it. The National Forest in North Carolina has been selected for the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree for this year. So what that means is, since 1970, a national forest has had to provide a tree literally off the forest 50 to 80 feet tall, either a fir or a spruce, and it gets delivered up to DC and goes out in front of the Capitol building. And so we have been selected. The last time was in 1998. Typically they're all trees that come from the west, just because of the nature of the spruce and fir. So we are going to be reaching out to the communities, because guess what? What is a Christmas tree without ornaments? and we have to provide over 15,000 ornaments. No kidding you, for that tree. And so we would love it if Madison County would want to put forth a Madison County ornament, this thing that symbolizes your county. We're going to be working with partners and the communities too, to of course do that. And any public member, I have all that information of what you would need to do to provide that ornament, and what the sizes and all kinds of that kind of those parameters. But it's going to be pretty exciting, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of opportunities once the tree is selected for communities to come out and see the tree before it gets literally loaded on a big truck and driven, and they have stops all the way up to DC to showcase the tree before it gets up to the Capitol. So it's pretty cool. So we're excited. Cross my fingers it comes off the Appalachian District. It has in the past, but it's all about what the tree landscape architect selects. So in July or August, we'll know where the tree's coming off of. They come down, they look at them for the specifications, and then they say, this is the one. And then we'll know. So anything else other than that? That's all the many things that are happening with the National Forest around you right now.
Very good information.
Thank you very much.
Jan, I think that we all owe you and all the friends of the various parts a lot of things here, but the work that has been done on Max Patch the last couple of years has been an enormous improvement for the whole area, and it sets a real good example about everybody working together to clean up a problem that, and we're really truly appreciative of you and happy to have you with us this evening.
Well, thank you. I'm super excited that I get to live here and work with y'all and raise my family here. So I'm always happy to come in and give you guys updates. I'm sure I'll be back the next time I have a good round of information for y'all. But if you truly do have any questions about any of what I went over, please don't hesitate to reach out. My email, and there's my phone number. But I'm happy to help answer any questions or anything that constituents might come up and ask you about that you might need more details on. So
I'm
thank
guessing
you.
the Wilderness Initiative will have some public input.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's all about if there's an entity out there that decides that they would actually want to take that for designation, right? And so the congressional that if they find a congressional that supports it, y'all obviously have input to that congressional, right? So that's basically the process they would have to take on it after it's in the plan after that. So yep. So it could get designated, it may not. Sometimes these things just sit in plans for a long time, and if someone isn't successful carrying the torch to get lit and get it put into law, it doesn't always happen. It just depends. Yep. I don't have a spearheader I know right now related to that, but if there would be, of course, they would have to come to the county and the communities in order to be successful for any of those things.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks
Thanks,
again,
Jan.
Jan.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Mr. Norris Gentry.
All right, gentlemen, I've got handouts for you here, and this is information to keep, plus we'll look at this evening a minute or two. This is sort of the track record with a lot of information in it, much of which you have previously seen, working ourselves up to where we are tonight. And I'm going to have to work this mask a little bit, get through it, I'm sorry. Tomorrow, Carrie and I will submit, and there are a couple of other pieces this evening that we will approve, including a couple of other things on the agenda, that will activate the monetary process for the Office of State Budget and Management to plan to disperse the money from the recent grant allocations to the counties and local governments by the end of February. Now, one of our major projects is the $3.8 million, which was allocated, and you'll find that down in here a few sheets in, where actually there is a copy of the actual legislation. sheet. Too many pieces of paper, folks. But where that 3.8 is to be used for the renovations and/or the construction of a new courthouse. Now, the scope of work document, and Donnie and I have talked about this, a lot of other folks, that requires us to submit certain guidelines. But if you will notice, just today at 11:59 a.m., we got the latest update from the Office of State Budget and Management, and it says, provide as much detail about your project plan as you have available at this point. It's okay if you do not have quotes or bids for the scope of work. Just provide the best estimates for costs associated with your projects. Now, clearly, we are still in the developmental stage of what we are going to be doing with that money, as well as with the water and sewer monies in the big box. But this one has to do with the 3.8. So a lot of information here. You guys can take it and keep it. Many of you have been copying on a lot of this stuff, but we sort of kind of put it in a box for you. Okay? So, Mr. Chairman, I know that there has been discussion relative to how we proceed with our planning for the courthouse renovation and or new. So at this point, I'll turn that over to you for discussion about the steps going forward involving the community.
No, it's just to follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you're aware that we have a timeline on the grant agreement, the contract,
Yes.
and all those things, and I think there was some things the county had to have in place prior to the deadline, and those things have been pursued.
Everything is ready. When we finish tonight, we have the last couple of pieces that we will approve. And as I say, Carrie and I tomorrow, we've already talked. We will be working tomorrow morning to send that stuff to the Office of State Budget and Management.
And those will satisfy the requirements for all three of the grants.
To the best of our knowledge, it will do what we need to do for the courthouse. The other grant, the school system grant, is school system. Okay, so that's in theirs. And we have reached out as to exactly what we need to do on the 12 million for water and sewer. It is not a SCIF grant, and we've been on all these various Zoom meetings and question and answer sessions, but we feel comfortable that we will have in place what we need for this Friday. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we agreed to do a committee. I think the talk was put 2 commissioners on there with a couple, 3 from the courthouse, maybe a judge and a just a normal person in the county resident. So is there any objections or any newer ideals that anybody has on the board here for that?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we create the courthouse work group to research, evaluate, and bring a recommendation back to the Board of Commissioners for the investment and the expenditure of the $3,800,000 of state courthouse grant funds, specifically for the scope of renovations of the current courthouse, and also to develop a strategic plan and timeline for the construction of the new Madison County Justice Center. And I'd like to add that this work group consists of 9 members, including the clerk of court and 2 designees, the district attorney or their designee, presiding Madison County judge, the sheriff or their designee, 1 community member, and 2 Madison County Board of Commissioners.
I'll second that motion.
Mike, would you give me that list a little slower, sir?
Sure. The clerk of court and 2 designees, the district attorney or their designee, the presiding county judge, the sheriff or their designee, 1 community member, and 2 members from this board.
Thank you, I just couldn't follow with that.
No, it's good.
I got it
It's
now.
good, Doc.
I got it.
Anybody discussion?
What I would like to recommend is that we have that committee meet very quickly as we can organize it. And that we also encourage that committee to bring back their recommendations to the commissioners expeditiously, and I don't mean like in 6 weeks or a month, but like I would think by maybe July 1, because we need to begin to decide how we're going to use this 3.8. We're in a highly inflationary time. And if that money sits there for a long, extended period of time, it will devalue. Could significantly devalue.
Probably worth less more than it is now than it was when I asked for it.
Absolutely. And if the decision is that we begin to utilize all of the research work that has been done by an architect, the county's architect, we know we've seen that work. The most recent product was right at a year ago, January of 21. But the amount of the money involved here, and I've discussed this with Donnie, we're going to have to put out requests for those architect engineering, all of these sorts of things. And even all of that's going to take time. And so I don't want to push the subject, but I would like for us to have a decision-making process model back in front of us, at least by the start of the next fiscal year. So that we would have time.
I would say,
Yeah, I
if we
agree.
can do it
I
quicker
think
than
Judge Baker's presentation last BOC meeting was very apparent that from the 80s, I believe 85 or so, this has kind of been an ongoing thing, and our clerk staff and our court personnel staff have been living in conditions that electrical, structural, the restrooms, the HVAC system, you know, while some environmental, while some things have been addressed, it's time we address all of that we can and to develop a long-term plan to move forward with whatever.
I think that what Mr. Garrison has said makes perfect sense. I even think, Mr. Chairman, that list of people will be good, but if I'm not mistaken, and I think I'm right this time, we have to appoint people by name, not designee. For a committee like this, we have to say what people are going to put on it. Name them by name. Am I wrong?
so
If you delegate some decision-making, if you constitute this committee will then be an extension of the commissioners to make a recommendation, so they'll be bound by the same rules that you are. Keeping minutes, open meetings, all of those things. And you need to designate by name who would be on that committee. You can do that tonight, or you can use this framework and, you know, and appoint actual names at a later time. I think what everybody's mentioned is that time is money, and it is, okay, significantly it is. And you, as this committee is meeting, not only do they need to look at what they want done, but they need to look at how that product will be delivered. Okay, you've got $3.8 million. Anything over $500,000 is subject to the bidding laws and contracting laws for public contracts. The old method that we always used was to send out an RFP, try to get an architect, or an RFQ, try to get an architect, try to get an engineer to then design the building. So you enter into a contract with them, then they design a building. Then they come back to you and present that to you, and you decide what you want to do, and then they put that out for bid. So that's two processes you have to go through. 4 or 5 years ago, there was a new delivery method that was adopted, and it was called a design build method.
Yes.
And in that, you basically put out one RFQ for a architect or an engineer. They came and they presented to you what they recommended. And then based upon that, they got the contractor and they implemented that, and it was done in one package. That is a much quicker delivery method. You've got some control over that. It may be a little more expensive, but the time you save, you're going to recoup that in being able to do that quickly. So this committee if you're wanting them to bring a recommendation to you, they also need to be aware of these delivery methods. I know Norris and you folks have already got a lot of information from PFA Architects, okay? So they're way ahead of this. They've looked at that. And you can do this RFP, they could bid on it, and, you know, anything over $50,000, you've got to go through public notice processes on those. So, you know, if you're looking at moving this quickly, designate these people, tell them you want to report back, and give them all the tools, the deliverables, so you can get a recommendation back as soon as possible. That's what I would do.
I agree. We could, by our next, work session.
We will have a
Names
work
put in
session
place.
with everyone's agreement 2 weeks from tonight.
Yeah. I would like to be quicker than July 1, if possible.
Well, my conversation was not later than.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes.
So we in agreement of 9?
And we
Correct,
were,
Michael?
That was
That's
the
right.
motion.
we
That's
were
great.
going to discuss the 2 week a little bit later, but since
Yeah.
it's come up now, yeah. That would be our standard work schedule for the fourth Tuesday.
In the meantime, you could reach out to these 9 folks and come back and at that work session. If they're agreeable, then you can put the names in there and go to work.
They're gonna be at the library.
We will double check. I believe it will be available, and we'll determine the time before we leave this evening.
We don't have heat.
Well,
According to weather outside.
remember, we're trying to save money.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor? All right, it'll be 9 then. It's Brooke. Next on the agenda is Ms. Brooke.
In your packets, you have a copy of the Madison County Accident Prevention Plan. This plan has not been updated since 2014. So I sent it to our risk management representative with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. She reviewed it, made some recommendations. So those are highlighted in your packet. So I'm just asking you to review those and approve the updates.
So nothing's changed since you sent out the electronic version to us, correct? in our
Nothing's
packet?
changed, yeah.
No.
All right, just making sure.
Mr. Chairman, if no one has any issues, I will move that we approve as recommended by our HR director.
Second.
All right, discussion. All in favor?
Thank you,
All
Brooke.
right, thank you, Brooke. Next is Ms. Carrie Ledford, Finance Officer. Good morning, Carrie.
Good evening.
Feels like.
Feels like it already, doesn't it?
Ground.
Gentlemen, before you find for your approval, budget amendment number 8. This amendment records moving funds from the tax assessor salary lines to the tax collector salary lines, as well as adjusting to actual tax revenues. You'll also see that your health department has secured a grant in the amount of $36,758 from the Cannon Foundation for dental clinic expansion. For your approval is the transfer of $3,980 from the Register of Deeds Automation Fund to the General Fund for the implementation of a new fraud alert system that she has requested. The information is within your packets on that.
And just for the purposes of everybody who's here, that's for the Register of Deeds office,
That's correct.
correct?
Correct. Also included is recording of additional donated funds that our Sheriff's Department raised to help with the tornado victims in Kentucky. Find also the recording of additional revenue generated by the quarter-cent sales tax in the amount of $43,149.25. And these funds will be distributed to the Board of Education pending your approval of this amendment.
Awesome.
Got a motion? Approved?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
That amendment pulls a little over $4,000 out of contingency, is that correct?
No, it's adding 4
Add
to
We're adding
it.
$4,000 to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Anything else?
By the time we get down those other pages, I always forget which column I'm in.
All right.
Fair enough, thank you.
All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Gary.
Item B, you'll see January's financial reports. On the top of the first page, you'll see that we are 58.31% into FY '22. On the second page, you'll see that for all funds, we've received 87.19% of our revenues, and our expenses are at 49.46.
So we're in line.
We're very well. You always ask me, so I looked back. So for your information, in 2021 in January, we were at 86% of our revenues, and in 2020 we were at 67%, and in 2019 we were at 70%. So we are at 87 right now. So we are better than the last 4 years in revenues.
Very good.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Next up, Miss Dana Norton.
How are y'all?
Good.
I'm here for the monthly approval for refunds and releases.
Question.
I'm still scrolling. Computer slowed down on me all of a sudden.
Yeah, mine too.
So it's a total of 23,576, is that correct now?
On which one?
On your second set,
Yes. And that big one's on there from Mars Hill that y'all have already approved, but it just showed up on this month's.
Yeah, it went through the books this month.
When you see a large one, where it's $2,500, is that for previous years?
No.
So that's one era in 1 year, $2,520.
The trailer park, if I'm not mistaken, that was released for the trash cards.
you're on page 1 of 2. Here. No, I'm just checking.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to follow it.
We do need to get you guys bigger screens.
No, I'm good.
Just stood out. These names.
That's all trash cards, Diane?
Yes.
See this page here.
The first page, yeah, very first one. I have to blow it up. Be able to read it.
Good?
Yeah,
I can't see them on my computer here. I did read them before I came here. I can't tell what this is. So I'm gonna ask a Matt question. Nothing's been changed from what came out of our electronic package, right? Okay, then I'm good with it.
Have a motion?
It's a motion.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? All right. Thank you, Diane.
Tanya.
We have 27 currently been sent to Kenya Law Firm. We've got like 4 payments where people have paid, and then we have 4 going to the courthouse on March 1st
All right.
to be sold.
So 4 of the 27 have already paid or in full or entered into a payment agreement?
4 have paid in full, and there's like 3 that are making payments to them.
and we've implemented the new payment timeline.
I was still waiting to hear back to see if the form was okay.
So that's under the old guidelines?
This is just under foreclosure.
This is
The foreclosure stuff. This isn't payment agreements.
Okay, I got it.
And you did say 4 were going to the courthouse steps to be.
March 1st.
All that, okay,
Yes.
wow.
It's fair to say Kenya Law Firm has done a really good job of facilitating payment for the
Yes.
majority of them.
The board made a very good decision upon the recommendation of the tax staff. Craig and I actually met with those attorneys when they came up to visit us. And this firm is very highly regarded, used by a lot of counties in the state, and they do a good job.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
for your hard
Diane.
work.
Next up is Mr. Ross Young.
Evening, Ross.
Ross is our manager for our Rescue Point Act grant.
Evening, sir.
Good to have you on board, Ross.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do want to start by saying thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. Every federal grant I've worked on has always been about as complex as a U.S. Forest Service forest management plan. And this one is not going to disappoint us. In your packet, you'll see a very skeleton timeline. I think that you've been provided of some of the major dates that you need to make sure you kind of are paying attention to. Every time you turn the TV on, there's another county or another metropolitan district that's talking about these funds. I don't want you to get nervous and think that we're behind. We're not behind at all. We've got plenty of time, and we need to take time to do this right. So that timeline just gives you a little bit of background as to where we've come from and where we're at today, and just a little bit of moving forward in terms of what our future deadlines are. There'll be quite a few opportunities for us to discuss how these funds will be spent. There'll be opportunities for us to also talk about different little things you've got to pass, conflict of interest, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll be periodically coming back to you with those types of things that we need to talk about. Tonight, though, we're asking you to look at an ordinance. The grant project ordinance is a formality of this grant that allows us to move forward. You've all read the ordinance. The attorneys read the ordinance. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them, but I have got 1 week under my belt, so I am short on answers for questions.
Any y'all got any questions?
Standardized ordinance is
Yes.
required.
Is this ordinance, I wasn't clear from looking at it in the packet, is this for our consideration, or do we need to pass this ordinance tonight?
Let me, Norris and I spoke yesterday, and I was supposed to get back to you yesterday afternoon. I got tied up. Ross is exactly right. We do need a ordinance for these funds so that it will separate it out from our regular budget ordinance.
Okay.
We don't have to deal with these funds each fiscal year. They can just operate throughout the term of the grant cycle without having to mix those funds up with your budget cycle every year. And project ordinances, we're allowed to do that either with a capital project ordinance or with a grant project ordinance. and we have to have that in place before we spend any of the money. So Ross is way ahead of the game here because we're just now getting the first delivery of those monies that I think we're gonna get over a 2-year period,
Yes,
am I right? And, so it's good to get this out in front of us. The only thing that I would recommend, Ross, and I'll ask for your guidance on that, is the inclusion in the ordinance of what we can use those funds for. I know that there's been workshops and they designated what they're for. Generally, in a project ordinance, we do not include the reason. We're bound by that anyway. My thinking is that if we include that in this ordinance, and for some reason over the term of the ordinance, those guidelines change, then we're going to have to come in and modify the ordinance. So, that would be one thing that I may take out of the language of the ordinances, because I think even between the time you sent out the first ordinance and the second ordinance, there was some guidance that came in that said you can use it for 5 things, but they changed it down to 4 things in the period of a week. Am I right?
You are correct.
So
Now, is that the 4 things that are already in section 1 though, Ross? Or are we talking about 4 different things?
No, we're talking about section 1.
Okay.
yeah,
So
originally
what
there
you
were-
have in section 1 is currently accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, and originally it was 5 things.
Right.
But just in the span of a week, they changed it down to 4. Next week, they may change it to 10, or next month, they may change it to 8. More than likely, it's going to be changed. So every time they change it, if we include it in the ordinance, we're gonna have to amend their ordinance. There's
It's
not a
appropriate
requirement, there's not a
text.
requirement that we have to put those 4 things in there. So I would suggest that we just take what we can use it for out, and say we can use it as authorized by law.
So we can just amend that section, the paragraph, to say as allowed by law, and
Exactly.
eliminate 1, 2, 3,
Doesn't
4.
it go into one rule.
Now, the use of these funds does have to cross 2 barriers. Number 1 is your state law. Number 2 is the parameters of this act. So you got federal and state guidelines, and you got to meet both of them.
Ross, would you be acceptable to modifying that first section 1 paragraph to say, in accordance with state law and the federal ARP requirements?
I would. I do believe that as we move forward and we create a more solid and more detailed budget, we will probably have to amend this anyway to include a very clear definition of what we're spending it on. But for now, I would be fine with making those changes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the ordinance that's presented with the modification to section 1 and the removal of 1, 2, 3, and 4 under section 1 for the American Rescue Plan project ordinance.
I'll second that. Discussion. All in favor?
Thank
They're
you.
proactive on it. Hey,
Yes, sir.
Ross, our 4-H deal
Mm-hmm.
should go next month.
Good deal.
Just a heads up. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you all.
Next up is Brad Guth, Development Services Director.
Evening, Brad.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to come. I have a recommendation for you to consider. According to North Carolina general statutes, we're required to have an updated comprehensive plan for our community by July 1 of 2022. So we've got a very short time to get that accomplished. And my recommendation to you all is that you allow our development services staff, myself, Terry, and Jeff to actually do the house or the plan in-house. We'd have community meetings. We've already started to visit some of the community centers where we would have those meetings for community input. And we would basically use the same format that we have for the existing comprehensive plan that you all have seen and reviewed. And those areas that we would be focusing on are natural resources, economic development, agriculture, transportation, housing, infrastructure, and civic involvement. And of course, if there are any other things that you would like us to focus on, we could certainly add to those. But that's fairly encompassing of all the different items that are in typical comprehensive plans. So my recommendation to you all would be to allow us to move forward with starting that plan. I'm hoping that we can start the public input sessions in March, and we'll do that both as in-person meetings as well as have opportunities for people to submit information online in community surveys.
Got any questions?
I appreciate your tenacity.
It's going to be
It's the bar high right off the bat, so I appreciate your willingness to tackle it, and we've discussed it. It's good that we're finally moving on with it, and that it incorporates the community, so thank you.
super.
If no one else has anything, I will move that we accept the proposal as presented by Brad, our Developmental Services Director.
Second.
Second. Matt seconded. Discussion, all in favor? Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Brad.
Appreciate it.
Next, North Gentry County Manager.
All right, gentlemen, we've got a number of things that we worked through. Before we get into the detailed ones, we have received one additional bid for the removal of the house and related work at the Greater Ivy Community Center. And it's a quite attractive bid, actually. We received it yesterday. I'm hoping that by our work session in 2 weeks, I can bring you specific recommendations on how we're going to move forward with that.
So
we
don't
have
a copy of
worked-
that here with us tonight, correct?
Sir,
Am I missing something, or we don't have that with us here tonight?
I do have a copy of it. I'll share with you later.
No problem.
Okay? I'll have it on the file.
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
Just a second.
No worries, thanks, Norm.
Yeah. But we'll review it in a work session in 2 weeks,
Okay.
along with the other bids. There has been discussion about motor oil and its collection, or how we're going to continue to do that at our convenience centers. And I have met with Sam, and we have worked on a way that we will be able to continue to have that motor oil collected at Mars Hill and at the Marshall Bypass and at the landfill. And we will be adding a collection center actually at Hot Springs. So there will be changes, but they will not, everyone will not be having to come to the landfill. We will be purchasing, probably out of next year's budget, the 4 modern state-of-the-art container systems that will make that legal to do that. But that convenience to the public will be retained.
Excellent, thank you. What about tires?
We can discuss tires later. I'm not ready to officially, okay? Yeah.
I just
But
don't mind them
no,
playing.
it's in the works. It's in the works, but it's not official.
That's good progress, thank you.
I've been hauling.
Well,
mine-
thanks, Sam.
I've been hauling
thanks,
mine
Sam.
down to Garrett's house.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Now, we have had work done, and again, I will be presenting on the 22nd work session a proposal to add fleet management information technology to many of our county vehicles, similar to that which is currently used by the sheriff's office. And this is part of improving fleet management. It will help us in terms of knowing where our folks are, to work on the efficiencies, better communications. But again, we will have formal requests to proceed with that. There are a couple of other parts of it we need to put together at our 22nd work session.
We have
Carrie and I reviewed today, and she gave you a little bit of the information, but we reviewed today where we are with our sales taxes for the year. And we know the sales taxes are a key component of revenue. In simple language, we are within 2% of what we had budgeted to this point for the year. And one of the reasons that is, I'm going to have to take these glasses off to read the fine print. And just for public information, compared to a couple of our neighbors, Yancey County, for the month of December, had total sales tax revenue of $502,000. Flip the right page. Mitchell County had total sales tax revenue for December of $490,000. Madison County had total sales tax revenue for December of $681,000. Now, we know there's a couple of factors in that, because last year, Madison County was one of the fastest growing percentage increases in sales taxes in the state, because while we don't buy here, we decided to have it delivered here. And now we collect sales tax on that. And that trend, while it's easing back, is still holding up. Our two Ingalls, which are large sales tax generators, both have had double-digit growth over the last couple of years, and they're holding that growth. That is partly reflective that on any given night in this county, including tonight, we have hundreds of people here who have inhabited all of our Airbnbs and all of the other things. But the revenue, and it was budgeted and targeted. Carrie did a great job in terms of targeting this. We'll have to very carefully watch it going forward. But if you were to ask the average citizen if Yancey and Mitchell had more or less sales taxes in Madison County, and it was that different, I don't think most people would realize the sales tax revenue. Sales tax is also reflective of per capita income. And when the final census figures are out, Madison County is going to rank in the 40s, maybe the mid 40s in per capita income, with 50 being the average for the state. And so we're seeing the benefits of a pretty dramatically improving economy here. All right. I have a book up here that I'm going to share and pass around. Let one commissioner take home tonight and then others share. And it's homework that was done, a large amount of work by Brooke. And it's beginning the study on codes. Michael, I'm going to pass that to you. It's not complete, it's still got some missing links, and I'll recover that from you in a few days, okay?
a few days.
We'll pass it around. Well, I figure that's good 3 or 4 a.m. reading. All right.
One question,
Yes, sir.
Can't take it in the back.
and yeah, and Matt may be able to address it, I'm not sure who, but where are we on the legislative issue with postal addresses, where some of our residents, the sales tax from items they're purchasing online are actually going to other jurisdictions?
The congressman's office is willing to help us with that. They're just waiting on us to take the initiative to do it.
I know it's a little sensitive issue for some, but from the emergency response and from taxation, it would seem beneficial in both aspects for the county and the community to move forward with addressing that.
It would be very appropriate, because we have more people who are in Weaverville and Leicester than we have people who are in Marshall or others in reverse.
Yeah.
And it would benefit, and these people do live in Madison County, but because of their zip code, those revenues go out of the county.
Well, not only that, but it also is a constant battle, because I'm one of those.
Yes, you are.
I've got a Weaverville address, even though I live in Madison County. And every time I renew my tag on my personal vehicles, I always have to check because sometimes they have me listed as Buncombe, sometimes they have me listed as Madison for fire tax purposes. So, you know, it's,
When the delivery guy's trying to bring stuff,
yeah, there's more than, which was good when I was building my house because they did free delivery in Buncombe County. But, you know, as far as that goes, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, we basically have been, the congressman's office has told us what we need to do to start the process. Part of that would be educating the affected people and making them aware of what is going to happen and why we want to do that. And I think the education of those folks is more than just a meeting like this that's broadcast on the internet, because, you know, we don't know how many, well, I guess I'm sure Jamie could tell us how many people are looking at our meetings, but, you know, as far as that goes, we don't reach everybody with these meetings. So that would be, you know, something where I think we would need to determine which department would be best, whether it be Brad's office or finance office. Somebody is going to have to.
GIS would be a good place to start.
Someone is going to have to craft up a postcard, some sort of mailing that we can send out to all the affected parties and let them know why we're doing it, what the benefit of it is. Because, you know, this is another thing is going to be an inconvenience for folks to have to
Change all of those addresses.
change all their addresses, whether it be something as simple as their return address labels for whatever they mail, you know, or other things, you know, along those same lines. So, the congressman's office is just waiting on us.
Yeah.
is it fair to say that predominantly it's Beach Glen and Sandy Musk communities that are probably,
Predominantly, yes. And some right up here along Jupiter,
yeah,
right along 2570.
Yeah.
Yeah.
maybe we could even have community meetings.
Well, let's put it on the to-do list. We've been killing off that to-do list pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's put it on that to-do list.
I know there's some in Alexander that are affected. I don't think that it's a tremendous number. But there's some people that are Madison County residents that have Alexander addresses. I think the largest is probably Beach Glen, and Sandy Musk probably, I'm not sure which one's larger volume-wise.
Actually, along the Jupiter line maybe.
Yeah.
But again, we need to determine, and we can begin with GIS because we can track those. That's a good place.
All right.
All right?
So we'll
Well, and the
have,
tax office knows where those bills are being mailed too, so.
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
All right, no. We have, due to the temporary unavailability of this building, it has become necessary to change the meeting location for March 8th, 2022. An available location for this date would be the Madison County Courthouse. I've already discussed that with Mark, and the courthouse is available. He's happy to have us. Now we have all those fancy bells and whistles, courtesy of Jamie and a lot of other folks down there. And we do need to adopt a resolution to change the meeting location, and that has been included for your consideration. I think Donnie's already reviewed that as well. So it's straight up.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
Now I got discussion.
Go.
Is AV Tech isn't available? I mean, it used to be AV Tech all the time.
AB Tech has the issues with their rent-a-janitor. I'm not trying to pick on them here. And a 9:30 closing issue. They're not trying to be uncooperative locally, but Mr. Board Member, we might want to talk about a little discussion might be nice to have on Victoria Road.
Well, and just for the record, we own that building, do we not?
That is correct, like we own this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious why somebody else is dictating how we use the building we own.
Well, one of the things is actually that we have better bells and whistles at the courthouse for what we do now. It is a major effort for IT, and I'm trying to put Jamie on the spot, to set up at AB Tech. You guys remember that used to be quite an adventure. And it's much easier to do it, particularly on a one-off down in the courthouse.
Okay.
Also, for those of us who've not seen that courtroom, after we've invested a lot of money in it, to bring it up to security and all those, and hopefully all that will survive. It's a good place, come to the next meeting in the courthouse.
All in favor?
All right, moving on from that resolution, let me get to the tabs that Andy has so capably put in this book for the old half-blind man. Now we're moving on to the 2022 mowing contract request for proposal consideration. No, we're not in April doing this, Michael, this time. You will see, and it was in your packet, and there's been quite a bit of work gone in as to what we do and do not have left in this. And the list of properties that we're putting out that will be covered are Walnut Community Center and Ball Field, Beach Glen Community Center and Ball Field, Ebbs Chapel Community Center and Ball Field, Barnard Park, the Animal Shelter, Transportation Authority, Marshall Senior Center, the Health Department, the Marshall Library, Courthouse, Finance Office, Admin, Cooperative Extension, and Law Enforcement Firing Range over at the landfill. Now, Sam is assuming all of the convenience centers will be moved into solid waste, but he does not wish to be doing the mowing with his crew at the firing range, even though it is adjacent to the landfill. So again, we have if you will approve, we will issue the RFP and we'll have that information back. We already have a couple of people who've expressed a strong interest in bidding. I think we will get several bids. We may even decide to divide that bid, gentlemen, so as we don't have just one individual or one contractor doing the entire county. Because of the geography involved, it might be much more cost effective to have at least two, so we don't have one set of mowers running all over the place.
Are you going to disclose that to them up front?
Absolutely.
So they can accommodate that in their
You
bid?
will notice that there is a detailed RFP included.
Mhm.
This is modeled after, with the help of Donnie and the folks over in Yancey County. And so this is a mowing and landscape services, and we want to push it out and have the deadline for submission as 4 p.m. March the 4th. So we should be ahead of the curve on getting this done, but I do need approval tonight so we can push this request
Are
out.
they gonna bid that as, two separate into the county, or
Well, we would hold, there's some options in there when we work. Yes, sir.
as far as how they do the bid?
Yes.
And who's going to, we're gonna continue to supervise that with,
It will be continued to be supervised through Parks and Recreation. Yes, sir.
Got a motion?
I make a motion.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
All right, now a key item coming up next is our new conflict of interest policy. Donnie, I know you've looked at this and you're fine with it. And this is the one that is necessary for our funds. This is one of the things that Carrie and I will be sending tomorrow down country to our good folks at the Office of State Management Budget. Mr. Chairman, if no one has any issue, I will move that we approve the conflict of interest policy as presented.
Second. Discussion. All in favor? All right.
The next item is getting current our school nurse contract, again, which Donnie has reviewed. And this is an annual ongoing contract.
You good with it, Don?
I am. There was only one modification regarding numbers. Did we get that changed back? Okay. I'm good.
Yeah, it has been the increase from 4 to 5, which is in the budget.
They're turning out like a motion to approve.
So the number 5 of 6, 5 nurses for 6 schools that's in our packet is the correct number?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Got a motion? Second. Discussion. All in favor?
All right, the next one has to do with bonding. We recently changed the structure of the tax and assessor's office. And in the process of doing that, we obviously needed to bond our new tax administrator. And Donnie and I and others have had conversation, and what we need to do is to upgrade our professional surety bonds. Currently, the bond is a blanket bond, which also includes all of us. And you see here that the current numbers for specialty people. And what I would like is permission for me and Donnie and Carrie to work to bring this current to the appropriate levels that we need. And Donnie and I have already had some discussions on this. So
When was it last updated?
2005, I believe.
yes,
We need a little update.
You need that motion?
yes. I'll move to just bring it up to date. Yes.
Second. All in favor?
All right. Moving along to some fun business. County-owned surplus property. We have several bids. The first bid, which was previously a bid of $1,100, which was accepted by the board for the bid number you see posted, and after the required advertisement for upset bids was published, a new bid of $1,300 was received for the parcel with a deposit of $65 being received. A new advertisement for upset bid was published with none being received. The property is 1 acre with a tax value of $5,004. A final vote to accept, deny, or counter the upset bid is requested.
Gentlemen?
I move that bid be accepted and property go back on the tax roll.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Bid number 2. A bid of $1,000 for the PIN number you see has been placed with a deposit of $60 being received. The property contains 1 acre with a taxable value of $23,063. A vote to deny, accept, or counter offer the bid is requested.
I make a motion, we deny it.
Second that. Discussion? All in favor?
Bid 3. On September the 27th, 2021, the board voted to consolidate the following parcels to dispose of the property altogether for a minimum bid of $150,000. You see the list of all of those properties there. A bid of $150,000 has been placed with a deposit of $7,000 being received. The property contains a total combined acreage of 56.6 acres and a combined tax value of $1,311,615. A vote to deny, accept, or counter offer the bid is requested.
Now, just to be clear on this one, if we accept, that begins the upset bid process, correct, Donnie? And for the benefit of those watching at home and here, that even if we accept that bid and begin the upset bid process, once the bid finally closes, we still have the ability to reject at that point in time, correct?
I'll make a motion to accept that bid.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Discussion?
And just for the record, we've been trying to get rid of this a long time.
Yes,
We're the ones that set the 150,000,
We did.
even though the value's at one.
we set the benchmark.
We thought that that's a good place to start, so
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm totally agreement with it.
All in favor?
Vacancies on boards. We have, if you will look at the sheet, and I will do my best not to mess this up. This seems to be one of the things that I somehow figure out not how to read. The top area, those you will notice current appointees, we have only one of those for which we have an application. That is the second one. The other 4 have not turned in an application. It's not necessarily required, but those are the current vacancies. Now, down below, we do have applications for the 5 individuals below, and some of those do fit the Transportation Authority and the Housing Board. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Who's the one application you got?
We have the one for the second individual that's posted there as the DSS representative for the Transportation Board, and that's the Director of DSS, Connie Harris. And she has submitted a application.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Connie. Discussion. All in favor?
And I will say, number 1, Housing Authority Board, Jill Peak, I have spoken with her. She's newly appointed to fill a vacancy that came apart during term, and so she'll continue to serve. I make a motion that we extend her term limit for 5 years.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay. As to the other 2 members of the Transportation Advisory Board, has anyone spoken to either of those individuals? I have not.
I haven't either.
So as far as we have an application, one of the individuals we have an application from is Emily Scott Cruz. Emily announced at our last Transportation Advisory Board meeting that she has that she will be resigning her position at Land of Sky to go to work in the private sector.
Yes.
And so I think we can remove Emily's application going forward.
Okay.
She's no longer affiliated with Land of Sky.
Okay. We're good.
Or at least she won't be, I'm not sure if her resignation has taken effect yet or not.
It hasn't, but it's soon. I want to say first.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. Do you wish to continue in your position?
I'll stay on that board.
Okay,
Unless somebody else is really jonesing to get on there, I'll be happy to let you have it.
No, I think you're doing a great job.
Let's fight about it.
I move that Commissioner Matt Wechtel remain as the county commissioner member of the Transportation
Second.
Advisory Board.
Discussion. All in favor?
I would move that on the, as far as community member goes, we have a member of the community who has applied for that spot, and that would be Lawrence Burleson.
Yes.
I will move that we put Lawrence Burleson in as the designated community member.
I'll second that.
Discussion. All in favor?
And
In the other slot, it looks like that could be community or special requirements. Is that and or?
the planning spot would be, I think that needs to stay Vicky, does it not, Nora?
It
Land
does,
Sky?
yes, it does, because of all the funding.
Yeah, so,
How much of that funding funnels through?
I move that we reappoint Vicky Eastland to that position based on the specialized nature of that position and her background.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Be clear. I believe that's all of them, is it not?
Except for the vacancy, nope, we're good, we're good.
Emily
We're
was
good.
she was just an applicant, she wasn't
Yeah,
actually.
we're good.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get all of those, I think I've got check marks here, okay? All right.
For the record, Emily would attend those meetings whenever Vicky was unavailable
Oh, yeah.
from a Land of Sky perspective.
Mr. Chairman, I have no other business other than to request that we go to closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel.
Second on that.
Second, gentlemen?
I'll give you a second, thought you already had, my apologies.
All right.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Okay.
And that will be
We are in closed session, ladies and gentlemen.
NCGS 143.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
Take care, be safe.
11.
Chairman, we need to address the issue. Donnie, would you walk us through the appropriate motion for Johnny 5-0?
You have the NC1 application for Johnny 5-0 that is in your packet. And that application needs to be sent in, and there is a certification for the county manager to execute that application. So it would need a motion to authorize the county manager to execute the application for the Johnny 5-0 project for the NC1 grant.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I second that. Discussion? All in favor? Done deal. You're up, Brooke.
Are we on personnel? Okay. The maintenance department is requesting the approval of Jonathan Shelton as a facility worker too.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
The maintenance department is also requesting the hire of Justin Chandler as a temporary facility worker.
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion? All in favor?
Meeting long.
The finance office is requesting the hire of Amanda Cutshaw as finance technician 3.
Move.
Discussion? All in favor?
The 911 is requesting the hire of Samantha Silver.
Make that motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
And the county manager and human resources director is requesting permission to make salary adjustments to the dispatcher and clerk position.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
And one more. The tax assessor office is requesting the hire of David Fox.
I move.
Second. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, being no other business to come before us, I move that we adjourn.
You got the soccer practice?
Yes, sir.
Sure do.
Second.
I got it.